Yo, 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 people! Gonna we're gonna do a dive into conservatives today. Um, how do they think? What's their psychological profile? Why are they like this? Um, I've been thinking about it lately. I know that conservatives know that Donald Trump's just lying all the time. So I'm gonna see why they're okay with that. I've seen two responses from them generally. It's Dems do it too, which Biden and Obama they've lied before, but it's not the same. And or they just meme it away, just think it's funny. Uh, Biden and Obama when they lie, there's not like an expectation about like half of what they're saying is going to be true. Sometimes sometimes they get things wrong. Sometimes they're trying to make a point. Um, but it's not to the extent that Trump lies. I know conservatives know he's lying so much. So today we're gonna we're gonna see what's up with that. I've kind of got some ideas on where we can start with all this. Okay, so let's get going. First, gonna fix my Twitch stream. Gonna fix my Twitch stream. Okay, coming down here. All right, it's fixed now. Okay, so this is a new topic, so we're making a new PowerPoint. Oh yeah, this is bright. Let's see, side master. We're gonna change this all. We're gonna change the background, everything. No, so it's not so bright. No, my mouse is frozen. There we go. Mouse is unfrozen. Let's see. I change the background. I want to do this fast before my eyes start bleeding. You think you're just being home? Well, normally it's under design. That's not on this. Oh. Ah, thank God. Format background. All of them. All slides. How's this look? Solid fill. This. Oh, this is just like the theme. Okay, everything. It's not like actually tying into the slides. Okay, we're gonna change the color to this. Format background. Back to color view. There we go. All right. Why are conservatives like this? Why are they okay with Trump? Psychological profile, deep ideology. Okay, I saw this video. This was yesterday.
You've probably
We have
heard
this creator I haven't seen before.
of something called the
I don't know. This
woke
guy seems
mind.
really good. He's a former speechwriter.
JD Vance put it. Does a normal
Okay, so here he cites JD Vance. Let me get my. You get my window up. That shows me where I am on the screen. Okay, let's see. Vance ideology references. Oh, look, he's got sources for these. Oh, we have to type these in. We can't see
of the
though.
conservative base, or as JD Vance put it,
Oh, is the bottom bar of YouTube gonna go away? Let's zoom out. Oh yeah, zoom out. Okay, I'll do the Windows Shift T text extractor. I use Power Tools. I mean Power Toys. Tablet mag, section news articles. It was close, super close. Okay, back to normal size. Okay. From tablet link. So there's a quote from Hayek that this guy, what's his name? Ryan Getty. He brings up drinking with JD Vance. Mencius Moldbug. Yoram Hazani. And Mencius Moldbug. Okay, so we gotta look into these guys. Let's create a to-do list too. Let's stay organized. Look into these two guys. I've heard of Yarvin. I think he had a blog a long time ago. He's in Silicon Valley, where I used to live. And he wants a technocracy. So he wants it's basically like it's like a monarchy, but a people in charge. The ruler is like a very competent tech CEO. type person at least. But who? Okay, does a normal Ohio voter read Yoram Hazoni and Mencius Moldbug? No, they're old people. They live their lives. They support their family. They want jobs. Vance told me. But do they agree with the broad thrust of where we think American public policy should go? Absolutely. And going forward, listening to the tape now, I hear skepticism in my own voice. I doubt that the coalition these people had in mind would ever come together. Vance didn't share it. Translating the impulse of the multiracial, multicultural middle class turned working class, there's a lot of work to do, he said, but the instincts of the middle class black voter, the middle class white voter, the middle class Latino voter are the same. And what are they? We love our country, but we don't want to live in a shithole. Okay, so that's something to look in. I know that Jonathan Haidt, who I listened to his book Happiness Hypothesis. It is a great book. Me and my buddy listened to it on a road trip. We listened to, I think, the first 4 or 5 hours of it, and I really recommend that, especially if you're on a road trip with a friend, because it's about psychologically. So Jonathan Haidt, he's a psychologist, a distinguished one. He is a Yale professor, or at least he was a Yale professor, and he's contributed a lot to his field in 3 main ways. So right when he graduated, he looked at the study of happiness, including feelings of fulfillment and meaning in people's lives, as well as just general happiness. Then he looked at the psychological differences between liberals and conservatives. He himself is a liberal for the most part, at least unless he's changed. We'll see. And then 3, he studied the effects of social media on our youth. And the third one, what he found was like social media is not actually as bad for boys as you might think, but it's bad for young girls. Has to do with online bullying, comparisons, and like that with the comparisons, all the other girls, or all like a lot of girls, they use filters so they look better on their social media than they really do. Oh, new slide for this. Okay, back to the JD Vance stuff. So he mentions JD. This is Ryan Getty. He mentions JD Vance's interview with the tablet. He's also got a quote from Hayek, who's an influential free market economist of the Austrian school. Somewhat similar train of thought to Milton Friedman. And Hayek says he's not a conservative. He himself is not, even though he has so many like American conservative values. And he wrote this book in 1960, and I think this quote is very prescient. In general, it can probably be said that the conservative does not object to coercion or arbitrary power so long as it is used for what he regards as the right purposes. He believes that if government is in the hands of decent men, it ought not to be too much restricted by rigid rules. Since he is essentially opportunist and lacks principles, his main hope must be that the wise and the good will rule, not merely by example, as we all must wish, but by authority given to them and enforced by them. So let's make our own slide for this. Hayek's description of conservatism. So this applies to conservatives around the world. He's not referring here just to like American conservatism or especially specifically American conservatism in the 1960s when the book was authored. Okay, we're going to fix our slide master. Sorry, our slides. We can fit a lot of info in. This isn't, I'm not using PowerPoint for normal like presentation purposes. This is to put notes in. PowerPoint's really good for notes. It's really fast too. Pasting in image, you can paste in videos as well, and then they all get saved to the file. You don't have to. So you can embed a lot in there that's gonna stay in there forever. Not just links that might break. Okay, we go home here. Size 28. We actually want this to be size 20. That's a little low. Okay, 24 and 20 for sub bullets. Wait, did we do that right? Okay, yeah, so this one right here, second one down, this is when you do a new tab, this is what you'll see. Okay, done. I can update our other slides, I believe. Yes.
Coercion.
Okay, so this is a great video, I recommend it. Yeah, I'll post it in chat. Okay, this is from Hayek Liberty. Or is it the Constitution of Liberty? Yes. So this is published in 1960. Let's see. Can we just download it? The definitive edition. Oh, this looks like. Yes. Okay, so we can search. This is a searchable document. It's not just images of words. I've got a different version here. That's where I went. Okay, so it searches. It can probably be said. Okay, then I was just thinking this too in his next line, socialism is the socialists who want a lot. Well, I mean, especially communists, they want a lot of government control because that's what you need. So you need to have a state-controlled economy. Okay, like the socialist, he is less concerned with the problem of how the powers of government should be limited than with that of who wields them. And like the socialist, he regards himself as entitled to force the value he holds on other people. Okay, we're quoting this. Page 523. And let's make another bullet point here, and we'll shrink this down. Okay, here we go. What's the context of all this? Why I am not a conservative. Page 523. Chapter. Why I am not a conservative. At a time when most movements that are thought to be progressive advocate further encroachments on individual liberty, those who cherish freedom are likely to expend their energies in opposition. In this, they find themselves much of the time on the same side as those who habitually resist change. So, we're talking about conservatives find themselves on that side. In matters of current politics today, they generally have little choice but to support the conservative parties. But though the position I have tried to define is also described as conservative, it is very different from that to which this name has been traditionally attached. There is danger in the confused condition which brings the defenders of liberties and true conservatives together in common opposition to developments which threaten their different ideals equally. It is therefore important to distinguish clearly the position taken here from that which has long been known, perhaps more appropriately as conservatism. Okay, we're going to note some of this down. Difference between freedom lover and how does he word it? I guess I kind of want to use his words here just so I'm being accurate about it, using the same connotations that he is. Okay, difference between freedom lover, this is what it is, and true conservatives. True conservatives. He calls conservatism. Freedom lovers and true conservatives happen to be allied today. This Constitution of Liberty. That's the name of the book, written in 1960. And again, yeah, this is, he's talking about 1960. True conservative ideology. He calls conservatism. Conservatism proper proper, which is certainly widespread attitude of opposition to drastic change. It has, since the French Revolution, for a century and a half, played an important role in European politics. It's French Revolution. Played an important role in Europe. Until the rise of socialism, its opposite was liberalism. There's nothing corresponding to this conflict in the history of the United States, because what in Europe was called liberalism has here the common tradition on which the American polity has been built. Thus, a defender of the American tradition was a liberal in the European sense. This already existing confusion was made worse by the recent attempt to transplant to America the European type of conservatism, which, being alien to the American tradition, has acquired a somewhat odd character. And sometime before this, American radicals and socialists began calling themselves liberals. I will nevertheless continue for the moment to describe as liberal the position which I hold, and which I believe differs as much from true conservatism as from socialism. Let me say at once, however, that I do so with increasing misgivings, and I shall later have to consider what would be the appropriate name for the Party of Liberty. The reason for this is not only that the term liberal in the United States is the cause of constant misunderstandings today, but also that in Europe, the predominant type of rationalistic liberalism has long been one of the pacemakers of socialism. I don't get what he means by pacemaker of socialism. Okay, so what he's saying here is that okay, let's see, first of all, in US liberal is let me double quote this. Liberalism is confusing. Loving freedom is a tradition. So conservatives in the US support European liberalism. Adding to confusion, US socialists call themselves liberals. I think that's changing more today. I think a lot of socialists are no longer calling themselves liberal. Let me now state what seems to... So Hayek, this probably guided his economic thought. He was basically he was staunchly laissez-faire, which is saying that he did not support any government involvement in the markets. So the free markets will balance themselves. Even in free markets, there's debt crises and there's cycles, but the interference by government creates these market imbalances. Basically, the free market, it's like a natural occurrence, and it's great. I don't know what his thoughts were on price externalities. So, because I mean, I think he died in like 1990 or 1991. So he would have a concept of like pollution, like air pollution or polluting a river. say like a paper company has toxic chemical byproducts, what's their incentive not to just dump it into a river? I'm not that familiar with Hayek's work. Milton Friedman would have said that you just would have to fine them for that, and you have to pick the proper fine. Okay, here we go. Let me now state what seems to me the decisive objection to any conservatism which deserves to be called such. It is that by its very nature it cannot offer an alternative to the direction in which we are moving. It's like an empty. Conservatism is an empty ideology. Cannot offer an alternative besides to the direction in which we are moving. So it's always a reactive. It may succeed by its resistance to current tendencies and slowing down undesirable developments. But since it does not indicate another direction, it cannot prevent their continuance. It has, for this reason, invariably been the fate of conservatism to be dragged along a path not of its own choosing. Common fate is to be dragged along fate, or dragged along path not of its own choosing. The tug of war between conservatives and progressives can only affect the speed, not the direction of contemporary developments. But though there is need for a brake on the vehicle of progress, I personally cannot be content with simply helping to apply the brake. While the liberal must ask, first of all, is not how fast or how far we should move, but where we should move. Liberals ask not how far or fast, but where. I mean, I guess it's not just only applying the brake; they can also reverse direction too. To what has already been. In fact, he differs much more from the so liberal gets asked where we should move. In fact, he differs much more from the collectivist radical of today than does the conservative. While the last generally holds merely a mild and moderate version of the prejudices of his time, the liberal today much more positively oppose some of the basic conceptions which most conservatives share with the socialists. Okay, this YouTuber. Hold on a second properly. Ryan Getty. If I talk about him, I have his name memorized. Ryan Getty. Okay, new side time. Okay, now here's the next paragraph. Next point. The picture generally given of the relative position of the three parties does more to obscure than to elucidate their true relations. Three parties being conservatives, liberals, and socialists. They are usually represented as different positions on a line, with the socialists on the left, the conservatives on the right, and liberals somewhere in the middle. Nothing could be more misleading. If we want a diagram, it would be more appropriate to arrange them in a triangle, with the conservatives occupying one corner, with the socialists pulling toward the second, and the liberals toward the third. But as the socialists for a long time, as the socialists have for a long time been able to pull harder, the conservatives have tended to follow the socialist rather than the liberal direction, and have adopted at appropriate intervals of time those ideas made respectable by radical propaganda. It has been regularly the conservatives who have compromised with socialism and stolen its thunder. Advocates of the middle way, with no goal of their own, conservatives have been guided by the belief that the truth must lie somewhere between the extremes, with the result that they have shifted their position every time a more extreme movement appeared on either wing. Advocates of the middle way. So, advocates for the middle way citation CF. The characteristic choice of this title for the programmatic book by British Prime Minister Harold Macmillan, The Middle Way, a study of the problem of economic and social progress in a free and democratic society. Okay, we're gonna put this under the same separate paragraph, but it's the same point. As liberals or socialists pull their own distinct directions, the conservatives compromise over time. Conservatives are guided by the thinking that the truth must be somewhere in between. Oh shit, where was I? Here we go. The position which, with the result that they have shifted. Okay. The position which can be rightly described as conservative at any time depends, therefore, on the direction of existing tendencies. Since the development during the last decades has been generally in a socialist direction, it may seem that both conservatives and liberals have been mainly intent on retarding that movement. But the main point about liberalism is that it wants to go elsewhere, not to stand still. Though today the contrary impression may sometimes be caused by the fact that there was a time when liberalism was more widely accepted and some of its objectives closer to being achieved, it has never been a backward-looking doctrine. There has never been a time when liberal ideals were fully realized and when liberalism did not look forward to further improvements of institution. Liberalism is not averse to evolution and change, and where spontaneous change has been smothered by government control, it wants a great deal of change in policy. Let me mark down the three Okay. Three main ideologies. Socialist, liberal, conservative. Liberalism is not averse to evolution and change, and where spontaneous change has been smothered by government control, it wants a great deal of change of policy. So far as much of current governmental action is concerned, there is in the present world very little reason for the liberal to wish to preserve things as they are. It would seem to the liberal, indeed, that what is most urgently needed in most parts of the world is a thorough sweeping away of the obstacles to free growth. Okay, so let's mark down his main points on liberalism here. Never backward looking. Current world. Little reason to preserve the. I'm going to put in contemporary. In contemporary world, since it's 1960. 1960. Little reason to preserve the. To preserve. Oh, it's taking us to the beginning. And Adobe Reader, it'll just start searching from where you are. I like that better. Who's to preserve things as they are. Okay, so just to or just to catch people up. According to F.A. Hayek, a very influential free market economist who was alive from 1989 or 1899. F.A. He's a veteran of World War One. In fact, that piqued his that drew his interest into economics so that he could prevent such a war from ever occurring again. Okay, born 1899, died in 1992 at 92 years old. Okay. Hayek. F.A. Hayek. 1899 to 1990. 92 years old. Combat veteran of World War One. Oh, he's born in Austria. Oh, he influenced Keynes. Keynes is the father of modern economics, so there was a split off between like the free market fundamentalists and then modern economists. The free market fundamentalists, that was the Austrian school of economics. Then you have Keynes kind of lay the groundwork for our modern economics. So Milton Friedman kind of went his own way. He was really not well known for his work on monetary policy and how the U.S. screwed that up in the Great Depression, other parts of the world too. Influence John Maynard Keynes, and Milton Friedman. Oh, and he is influenced by Adam Smith, who's basically the first economist. Ludwig von Mises. He wrote this is a book called The Invisible Hand. And Karl Menger. Adam Smith, born in 1723, is a pioneer in the thinking of political economy and a key figure during the Scottish Enlightenment. Okay, so he coined the phrase "invisible hand." Oh, invisible. He wrote "Wealth of Nations." Wealth of Nations. So that was his framework for economics. Kind of how Sigmund Freud pioneered psychology and basically made it into a structured field of study. Also to pick up economics to prevent further wars. I mean, there's a lot to be said for that. I think if countries are prospering and if they're democracies, they're not going to go to war generally, especially with other prospering democracies. Urgently needed. There's no about liberalism. The difference between liberalism and conservatism must not be obscured by the fact that in the United States it is still possible to defend individual liberty by defending long-established institutions. In the U.S., it is still possible to defend individual freedoms, individual liberty by defending long-established institutions. To the liberal, they are valuable not mainly because they are long established or because they are American, but because they correspond to the ideals which he cherishes. Not because of traditionalism, but because of cherished ideals. What must this be like in Russia, for instance, that had the history of communism? Would do consider could so I guess could the conservatives, so then the traditional values then would be to socialism. I'm not sure what Hayek would think of that. Wait, how do you? So it's Hayek, I think. Hayek pronounced. I didn't hear anything. Mute site. Unmute site.
Let's say it all together. Hayek.
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 Hayek. Come on now, everybody. Hayek.
One more time. Hayek. 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 Thank you for
Hayek in
joining us on
chat.
this adventure in pronunciation. Remember, language is a journey.
Soundbite into chat. Okay, I gotta pee. We're gonna read here. I think we can get a little more zoomed in. No. 121.30. We can. Oh, we can't shorten this. I need to find the best PDF viewer ever. Oh, yeah. Before I consider the main points on which a liberal attitude is sharply opposed to the conservative one, I ought to stress that there is much that the liberal might with advantage have learned from the work of some conservative thinkers. To their loving and reverential study of the value of grown institutions we owe, at least outside of the field of economics, some profound insights which are real contributions to our study of a free society. However, reactionary in politics, such figures as Coleridge, Bonald, de Maistre, Justice Moser, and Donoso Cortez may have been, they did show an understanding of the meaning of spontaneously grown institutions such as language, law, morals, and conventions that anticipated modern scientific approaches and from which the liberals might have profited. He's saying these reactionary figures, I have heard of none of these people, had an understanding of the meaning of spontaneously grown institutions such as language, law, morals, and conventions. I wouldn't call those spontaneously grown. Wasn't spontaneous imply sudden? Or am I wrong about that? Performed or occurring as a result of a sudden inner impulse or inclination and without premeditation or external stimulus. Occurring without apparent external cause. Oh, okay, so in this definition he's correct, and this is Oxford. But the admiration of the conservatives for free growth generally applies only to the past. They typically lack the courage to welcome the same undesigned change from which new tools of human endeavors will emerge. Interesting. Conservatism. Lack courage to welcome change from new tools of human endeavors that will emerge. Liberals love institutions. That's still true. Love institutions. I'm listening to an audiobook right now called the Why Nations Fail. Look at the author. I should memorize these author names. Darren Acemoglu and James Robinson. They say they two of the authors together, I think, with a third economist, they're all economists, work to prove that nations prosper due to trust in institutions. So whether that be scientific institutions or institutions within the government. So for instance, if you believe economic researchers, if you believe in the judicial system, like criminal justice and those things, your nation's going to prosper. And then also to really prosper, the upper class, so those like the nobility, they would be better off ruling over a nation that is very prosperous. But the problem is they have to trust their people won't just vote in a bunch of policies that are gonna, for instance, like kill all of the powerful elites, in an extreme example, or do things like tax away all their wealth. They have to trust that the people themselves are going to push for policies that help everybody and not just get like a quick vengeance. So there's a sort of tension between the classes that has to be sorted out before a nation can truly prosper. And so they work to prove that. So the causal direction of institutions, because you could also think, well, if you're a rich society, it's just a lot easier to have institutions that are trusted. But that's it's not the case. It's actually the formation of institutions which lead to prosperity. Alexa, turn the bedroom lights to 10%. So I mean, Hayek's insightful on this as well. This wasn't proven before the work of these economists, and I guess Hayek knows this nonetheless. Okay, so he's saying like reactionaries, they might value institutions, but you're not going to see a lot of new ones under them. This brings me to the first point on which the conservative and the liberal dispositions differ radically. As has often been acknowledged by conservative writers, one of the fundamental traits of the conservative attitude is a fear of change, a timid distrust of the new as such, while the liberal position is based on courage and confidence, on a preparedness to let change run its course, even if we cannot predict where it will lead. There would not be much to object to if the conservatives merely disliked too rapid change in institutions and public policy. Here the case for caution and slow process is indeed strong, but the conservatives are inclined to use the powers of government to prevent change, or to limit its rate to whatever appeals to the more timid mind. In looking forward, they lack the faith in spontaneous forces of adjustment which makes the liberal accept changes without apprehension, even though he does not know how the necessary adaptations will be brought about. It is indeed part of the liberal attitude to assume that, especially in the economic field, the self-regulating forces of the market will somehow bring about the required adjustments to new conditions, although no one can foretell how they will do this in a particular instance. There is perhaps no single factor contributing so much to people's frequent reluctance to let the market work as their inability to conceive how some necessary balance between demand and supply, between exports and imports, or the like, will be brought about without deliberate control. The conservative feels safe and content only if he is assured that some higher wisdom watches and supervises change, only if he knows that some authority is charged with keeping the change orderly. Alexa, turn the bedroom lights to 10%. Temperament. Conservative. Timid. Timid, distrust of new. Liberal. Courage and confidence. Hell yeah. The Chad ideology. Wouldn't be such an issue to just slow institutional change and public policy. Oh, let's say change here. Institutional change in public policy. But conservatives are inclined to use the powers of government to prevent change. Liberals trust in the free market more to self-regulate, although no one can foretell how they will do in a particular instance. I mean, the liberals in 1960. I mean, when was Nixon Southern strategy? In 1968 election, Richard Nixon saw the cracks in the Solid South as an opportunity to tap into a group of voters who had historically been beyond the reach of the Republican Party. Oh, here's another note I want to make. What frames of thought can we use to effectively communicate or to effectively persuade conservatives? I think these ideas by Hayek are really interesting, but they're not going to be our only focus. We've seen a lot happen since his day too. He's got some citations here. Here's a citation. The revealing self-description of conservative in Sir Keith Graham Fielding, Sketches in 19th Century Biography, page 117. Taken in bulk, the right have a horror of ideas, for it is not the practical man, in Disraeli's words, one who practices the blunders of his predecessors. For long tracts of their history, they have indiscriminately resisted improvement, and in claiming to reverence their ancestors, often reduce opinion to aged individual prejudice. Okay, I mean, I've seen this. Wait, what year was this written? 1930. Their position becomes safer but more complex when we add that this right wing is incessantly overtaking the left, that it lives by repeated inoculation of liberal ideas, and thus suffers from a never perfected state of compromise. Okay, so to kind of summarize what we've read so far, like the eternal ideals of conservatism and liberalism is that conservatives want to slow down change, and they want the past to very much be a guide to our future, whereas liberals, they want individual freedom, and they're confident and courageous in their endeavors and proposals. And then there's the socialists, which he doesn't go into detail describing, but you could imagine that as like an authoritarian position that demands a lack of like the excesses of the rich. Which I can see. I mean, even in the US where we're super like pro-capitalist, still people, they just don't get a good feeling when they see somebody rich just lavishly spending on things that barely help them or help them in shallow ways, or like only help their egos, or help them in ways that like help them like according to their soul that they've kind of let rot. So they think it's helping them, but it's not. Yeah, it's just kind of sometimes it's just a little gross to see like severe overspending in ways that are just like well, in different ways like tacky or just extremely egoistic. We all kind of want people to build themselves up to be like resilient and pragmatic and sacrificing. Oh, hey, Bitsky. Oh no, I missed your chat again. Sorry. You still there, Bisky? Not sure. Well, okay, I'll keep an eye on it. I need like a little thing to flash up every 3 minutes. I knew a guy, he had that at work. He had a reminder. He was getting repetitive stress injury from his keyboard and mouse. So older guy. He tried the ergonomic keyboard and ergonomic mouse, but didn't help him. But he'd have a reminder flash up to like take his hands and like put them on his lap or do something like that. Trying to think of conservatives argue about how like different problems are gonna have free market solutions. Like I have seen conservatives videos where they point out that like, oh, there's going to be a huge copper shortage due to telephone lines, and then the internet came out. They used so much copper, everyone was like really worried we wouldn't have enough copper. But then fiber optics came out, and then we just melted sand to create the cables, and we have an abundance of that, and the problem went away, and the data rates were way faster. But this was given as a reason to broadly think it's okay not to take care of the environment because there's going to be free market solutions for everything. So I guess with Hayek's framework, he would kind of make a point like that. Like it's like a in Hayek's framework, it's a liberal idea to like trust free markets in that way. And then Milton Friedman gave the example of all this regulation proposed to reduce the number of horses in London and New York because of their defecation everywhere, and that was going to be terrible. But then the car came along. Which I think are funny examples because then it's conservatives using what Hayek says would be a liberal mind frame to just say like we shouldn't worry about the environment. It's just gonna we're gonna we're gonna innovate our way out of it. Okay, so for conservatives, this fear of trusting uncontrolled social forces is closely related to two other characteristics of conservatism: its fondness for authority and its lack of understanding of economic forces. Since it distrusts both abstract theories and general principles, it neither understands those spontaneous forces on which a policy of freedom relies, nor possesses a basis for formulating principles of policy. Order appears to the conservatives as a result of the continuous attention of authority, which, for this purpose, must be allowed to do what is required by the particular circumstances and not be tied to rigid rule. A commitment to principles presupposes an understanding of the general forces by which the efforts of society are coordinated. But it is such a theory of society, and especially of the economic mechanism, that conservatism conspicuously lacks. So unproductive has conservatism been in producing a general conception of how a social order is maintained that its modern votaries, in trying to construct a theoretical foundation, invariably find themselves appealing almost exclusively to authors who regarded themselves as liberal. Macaulay, Tocqueville, Lord Acton, and Lecky certainly considered themselves liberals, and with justice. And even Edmund Burke remained an old Whig to the end, and would have shuddered at the thought of being regarded as Tory. So the old Whig perhaps was a liberal party, and the Tories were conservative. That's these are very old references. References to very old times. I don't know much about those. Okay, so what note can we take from that? Conservatives. I like this one. Lack principles. And distrust abstract theories. Okay, we're gonna kind of just like go with what he's saying here. We're gonna clear everything out of our mind. We're gonna take in Hayek's work as it is. Think about the current state of liberalism and conservatism in the US. And then don't worry, we're gonna let all the information we have come back into our heads afterwards. We won't get hurt. we're gonna do the Bruce Lee method of interpreting ideas. The Jeet Kune Do of thinking. They want an authority to guide transition. Temperament. Yeah, this must be spelled wrong. Temperament. It looks wrong, but how would you spell it? Temperament. Temperament. Okay. It looked wrong. We just have a non-pronounced A in it. This is definitely how you spell because, though. Okay, conservatives distrust change, so they can't use principles. They want wise authorities to oversee change. No rigid rules. Oh, Biscuit's not here. Goodbye, Biscuit. I'm gonna reorganize these notes. Timid distrust of new. Okay, then we don't need temperament here. Conservatives lack principles and distrust abstract theories. They want an authority to guide transition. They distrust change, so they can't use principles. They want wise authorities to oversee change. No rigid rules in the way of wise authority. Courageous and confident. Okay, let's see. Could rephrase as things will work themselves out. This fear of trusting uncontrolled. Oh yeah, I read this. Okay, did I miss any important points? Order appears to the conservatives as a result of continuous attention of authority. Oh. Order appears to be from by the attention of authority. as a result, to be as a result of the attention of authority. Let me return, however, to the main point, which is the characteristic complacency of the conservative toward the action of established authority, and his prime concern that this authority be not weakened rather than its power be kept within bounds. Oh, I kind of blanked when I read that. Oh, okay. So they don't want to weaken authority. They just want it kept within bounds. This is difficult to reconcile with the preservation of liberty. In general, it can probably be said that the conservative does not object to coercion. This is the quote we got from earlier. The very prescient quote. Keep in mind, this is a very influential thinker that conservatives are in love with. This is Hayek in his 1960 book, The Constitution of Liberty. And here, this chapter is named Why. Let's see. Let me double check. Why I am not a conservative. And he's not talking about American conservatism and liberalism. He's talking about the spectrum of ideology over time between three ideologies: socialism, conservatism, and liberalism. Here we go. Important quote. I think this explains Trump a lot. In general, it can probably be said that the conservative does not object to coercion or arbitrary power so long as it is used for what he regards as the right purposes. He believes that if government is in the hands of decent men, it ought not to be too much restricted by rigid rules, since he is essentially opportunist and lacks principles. His main hope must be that the wise and the good will rule, not merely by example, as we all must wish, but by authority given to them and enforced by them. Like the socialist, he is less concerned with the problem of how the powers of government should be limited than with that of who wields them. And like the socialist, he regards himself as entitled to force the value he holds on other people. This trust, or this description too, I think we can see a lot of parallelisms with the history of racism and ending racism in the U.S. So the liberal wants liberty for these oppressed minorities. So they just want to give them freedom and they don't care what happens. Where the conservative, and this is conservatives from decades past, some today, but a lot of them in decades past, they don't want to give minorities rights. They're afraid what could happen. How they might change the vote, how they could influence culture, how it could be total mayhem, how they could betray white people. They knew white culture was stable, I guess. I mean, they probably thought that. They said, why fuck with it? So this quote here I think it explains a lot why the conservatives are just okay with Trump lying, because they know it sounds good, it makes them feel good, and he says lies that imply he wants to keep things the way that they are, and he wants to control change slowly. I mean, it reminds me too, he wants to revive manufacturing in the US of things. He doesn't even explain, Trump never explains why we want manufacturing back in the US. We do have manufacturing of advanced components. There's a lot of aerospace manufacturing in the US. There's a lot of chip manufacturing in the US. The most advanced is in Taiwan. The US is the second most advanced. In not only that, but for Taiwan's advanced manufacturing, there's a lot of phases in the supply chain that happen in the US. We're a technologically advanced country, the most technologically advanced. Uh, we we don't want we don't want to make like glass cups in the US, or plastic Dixie cups. We want that done by cheap labor overseas, because that's cheaper for us. Plus, we have other jobs to do. We have intense, highly productive industries in the US, and then we have the service jobs that support the people of those industries, and then support the people that are in the service industries, and let you know what you want to buy. I will say though, like, I think the transition out of manufacturing was hit. It was too quick of a transition for what's now the Rust Belt in the U.S. So we ended manufacturing, but most of our manufacturing was in the Midwest. Let's just explore it here. Yeah. Oh yeah, I have a bookmark for this now. We have up this region was the manufacturing hub of the US. And we outsourced a lot of manufacturing very quickly out of these places. I think we were surprised by the rate China could grow and start manufacturing. So I'm guessing, let's see, manufacturing jobs in the US over time. So let's just look at, maybe this will just be pure number of jobs. Okay, we have a dip from the pandemic, but do you have data that goes back further? Okay, so what is this graph of? Number of employees in thousands. Super sector manufacturing. I like manufacturing did go up over Trump by like 500,000, like 2016. It was going up before, but then it really started going up. What I think is important is increased pay for workers. Low skill, medium skill, high skill. High skill, they get paid pretty good in the U.S. U.S. private sector manufacturing employment 1985 to 2023. Yeah, we had this. Okay, so starting in 1997, we had a radical reduction from about 20 million jobs to a low in 2010 of 13 million, 13.2 million. And so this would be, I mean, some of this, it looks like in 2008 there was a rapid dip. I'm sure that was affected by the great financial crisis. Okay, I'm gonna get this in. I'm gonna click this. How can I make this look the best? Here. And there's no source. We need an account. We need that on to-do list. Keep that google.com. Let's pin this tab here. Pin first. Create Statista account. Create tortilla account. Okay, so you've clicked this. We'll do a new PowerPoint. We're just gonna put this in streaming. This is my main folder. Economics. And we're gonna remember how to change the background. Background style. Oh, this is even faster. Wait, background, we're gonna select all of these. Change the color to this for all. Oh, we did this way faster this time. We're getting really fast at PowerPoint. Yeah, that'll make these streams smoother. Yeah, look at this transition. So we could say from 1997 to 2005, we lost. And this was during economic growth. We lost over 4 million manufacturing jobs. So it's just bad when the jobs, when like a whole industry of jobs go away, because there's a lot of jobs that supported the manufacturers themselves. So you can think of like, if we look through, if you look at where there was a lot of manufacturing in the U.S. from Minnesota, Indiana, Ohio, Michigan, there was a lot of jobs supporting the manufacturers. So you had like people working at the grocery stores, people working at the movie theaters, people updating the houses, but you know, like remodeling, renovating houses, building new houses for all of these manufacturing workers. Okay, here we see more. Okay. Okay, so here he talks about that conservatives lack principles because there can't be rigid rules for the government to keep a close eye on the order of the system and sustain it. There's too many things that could happen. Ooh, I want to word that like this. Okay, new slide. Okay, we're gonna label the chapter that we're on in the beginning of these. Why I am not a conservative. Okay, so let's see what more points he's making. When I say that the conservative lacks principles, I do not mean to suggest I'll look at my stream real quick. Oh, Twitch looks pretty clear. If you're watching on your computer, YouTube's actually not looking as good. Oh, it's because I'm not looking at it in 1080. Okay, here we go. Looks good like this. Oh, okay, I'm reading the text from my PowerPoint. When I say the conservative lacks principles, I do not mean to suggest he lacks moral conviction. Conviction. Conservatives lack principles. The typical conservative is indeed usually a man of very strong moral convictions. What I mean is that he has no political principles which enable him to work with people whose moral values differ from his own for a political order in which both can obey their convictions. Okay, which both can obey their convictions. Interesting. It is a recognition of such principles that permits the coexistence of different sets of values that makes it possible to build a peaceful society with a minimum of force. The acceptance of such principles means that we agree to tolerate much that we dislike. There are many values of the conservative which appeal to me more than those of the socialist, yet for a liberal, the importance he personally attaches to specific goals is no sufficient justification for forcing others to serve him. Liberal principles will not force others to serve him. for a goal. I have little doubt that some of my conservative friends will be shocked by what they will regard as concessions to modern views that I have made in part 3 of this book. But though I may dislike some of the measures concerned as much as they do and might vote against them, I know of no general principles to which I could appeal to persuade those of a different view that those measures are not permissible in the general kind of society which we both desire. To live and work successfully with others requires more than faithfulness to one's concrete aims. It requires an intellectual commitment to a type of order in which, even on issues which to one are fundamental, others are allowed to pursue different ends. To live and work successfully with others requires more than faithfulness to one's concrete aims. Okay, this would not be agreed upon by Steve Jobs, Elon Musk, and Bill Gates. I wonder, I haven't heard if Jeff Bezos was not exactly like a sweetheart when it came to directing his employees. Steve Jobs, Elon, and Bill Gates would disagree. It is for this reason that to the liberal, neither moral nor religious ideals are proper objects of coercion. Oh. Well, I'll write that down. Religious ideals are not objects of coercion. Yeah, you could be too liberal though. It should be like a complete relativist. And that can cause issues, of course. Since we're in the mindset of just taking all of this as completely true. It is for this reason that to the liberal, neither moral nor religious ideals are proper objects of coercion, while both conservatives and socialists recognize no such limits. I sometimes feel that the most conspicuous attribute of liberalism that distinguishes it as much from conservatism as from socialism is the view that moral beliefs concerning matters of conduct which do not directly interfere with the protected sphere of other persons do not justify coercion. This may also explain why it seems to be so much easier for the repentant socialist to find a new spiritual home in the conservative fold than in the liberal. Okay, yeah, this would remind me of like how conservatives are very, or well, even now, but in the past, they're known for their social conservatism, which is to, the illegalization of weed. I suppose in the past there was Christian nationalism, which enforced that all must go to church, and then that which is um, considered Christian values are enforced by law. Liberal principles will not force others to serve him for a goal. Note, phrase comes. Okay. Moral or religious ideals are not objects of coercion. Note, phrase comes to mind. Um, Nothing should be illegal that doesn't harm anyone else. That's like a libertarian tagline. So truly, in this sense, he's lumping together like the non-extreme liberals, so just normal, basic, current liberals in the U.S. and libertarians. They both fall under liberal in his framework. Okay, most retired socialists become conservative. No examples. But even if he did get examples, I wouldn't know anyone he's talking about. In the last resort, the conservative position rests on the belief that in any society there are recognizably superior persons whose inherited standards and values and position ought to he protected. I think he means be to he protected, and who should have a greater influence. I was rereading that. And who should have a greater influence on public affairs than others. The liberal, of course, does not deny that some superior people, he's not an egalitarian, but he denies that anyone has authority to decide who these superior people are. While the conservative inclines to defend a particular established hierarchy and wishes authority to protect the status of those whom he values. The liberal feels that no respect for established values can justify the resort to privilege or monopoly or any other coercive power of state in order to shelter such peoples against the forces of economic change. Though he is fully aware of the important role that cultural and intellectual elites have played in the evolution of civilization, he also believes that these elites have to prove themselves by their capacity to maintain their position under the same rule that apply to all others. I have heard conservatives are more likely to believe in social hierarchy. Okay, so this would explain like how we humanity was able to have um a noble class for so long. Like these people that are born into it and they stay into it and they think the peasants are filthy. Inherited values and positions should be protected. So conservatives are less okay with creative destruction. So some, let's say, large corporations getting destroyed by startups over time. Liberals feel that if one is superior, they should be accountable to continuously prove it under the same rules as everyone. So conservatives would be more okay with oligarchs. And again, by conservatives, this is not US conservatives, this is conservatives in general across the world and over time, going back millennia. Closely connected with this is the usual attitude of the conservative to democracy. I have made it clear earlier that I do not regard majority rule as an end but merely as a means, or perhaps even as the least evil of those forms of government from which we have to choose. But I believe that the conservatives deceive themselves when they blame the evils of our time on democracy. The chief evil is unlimited government, and nobody is qualified to wield unlimited power. The powers which modern democracy possesses would be even more intolerable in the hands of some small elite. Hayek's opinion. Hayek's thought. The powers which the power of modern democracies. I think this is well said. Would be even more intolerable in the hands of some small elite. Admittedly, it was only when power came into the hands of the majority that further limitation of the power of government was thought unnecessary. In this sense, democracy and unlimited government are connected. But it is not democracy, but unlimited government that is objectionable, and I do not see why the people should not learn to limit the scope of majority rule as well as that of any other form of government. At any rate, the advantages of democracy as a method of peaceful change and of political education seem to be so great compared with those of any other system that I can have no sympathy with the anti-democratic strain of conservatism. It is not who governs, but what government is entitled to do that seems to me the essential problem. It is not who governs, but what government is entitled to do that seems to me the essential problem. Okay, I gotta be honest. This stuff is like not very. He's not like citing anything. He's just kind of giving a bunch of opinions. I think they're really interesting, and I think he's really onto something. But I wish he would at least like He is citing some stuff here, but I wish he would like give examples. Maybe he just didn't want the chapter to be too long. Oh, it's like 25 pages. It is a 600-page book, though. I wonder if it's a whole book like this. Let's see, we're on page 538. The recognition of private or several property is thus an essential condition for the prevention of coercion, though by no means the only one. We are rarely in a position to carry out a coherent plan of action unless we are certain of our exclusive control of some material objects, and where we do not control them, it is necessary that we know who does if we are to collaborate with others. The recognition of property is clearly the first step in the delimitation of the private sphere which protects us against coercion. And it has long been recognized that a people averse to the institution of private property is without the first element of freedom. This writing level too, I like the writing level. It's like it's not super jargony. Like it's just, he kind of uses like widely recognized words. He's just focusing on the message more. Alright. Okay. I'm going to get a little bit of food. Okay, I'm back now. To summarize what we've read so far from Hayek, the influential economist born in 1889, that's been hugely cited by conservatives. He's a free market economist of the Austrian school, and in the same school, and inspiring to Milton Friedman. They're part of the Austrian School of Economics. He's like basically like a free market radical economist, and he seems very smart. But we're reading his chapter on why I'm not a conservative, and in it we're suspending all belief. We're taking everything we know out of our mind. We're reading his ideas on conservatism and liberalism and socialism. We're gonna evaluate it, and then we're going to put everything we knew back into our minds, and we won't get hurt. It's a Jeet Kune Do of thinking, Bruce Lee style. Oh, I put way too much mayonnaise in this chicken breast. Okay, what I need crackers. So let me hold this bowl down so it's not clacking near the mic. He's saying that the conservatives, they don't want change. They're okay kind of with change if that's happened in the past. They're okay with how things have been for a long time. Saying they're so averse to change that they want a strong government to either stop change or to allow change to occur very slowly. And that there's so many ways things that can change. The government can't have strict rules. It it needs to be a powerful government that basically can do whatever it wants. And what conservatives really want is just somebody strong at the helm. Somebody strong and somebody wise. So he says in this sense, conservatives can't be principled because the government can't have rules. It can't have strict rules. They just need to have a really great person in charge. And in this way, they're authoritarian like the socialists are. But they do not lack moral convictions. They have very strong moral convictions. And this is another issue. They can't get along with people that have a different morality than them. Whereas liberals, they tend to more cherish cooperation than adherence to strict moral or religious ideas. He says most retired socialists become conservatives. I'm gonna get some crackers real quick. I'll be back. Okay, so we're gonna get back to this. This is really interesting. So I'm going to. I really want to summarize this. Okay, Hayek saying true conservatism, so not just in the modern context of the US, is that they do not want change, or they want it to occur really slowly. And although they appreciate institutions and um, what does he call it? Institutions and processes of the past, like language and currency and morality and things like that. He conservatives by their very nature want things to occur slowly, or change to occur slowly if at all. So in order to keep things happening slowly, you need state power to do that. And they can't have too many rules on them because there's so many ways that society could change really quickly. You can't have like a strict rule system for that. So they want a supreme leader. They just want it to be their type of supreme leader. And also they're more into people being born into high positions, whereas liberals want people in high positions because that's necessary to be continually proving themselves. Okay, but I'm gonna eat, so we're gonna watch a video. Let's see. Hayek. Why I'm not a conservative. Adam Smith Institute. From the Hayek Institute. This is liberalism versus socialism and conservatism. What would Hayek say? Yeah, this one seems.
This is the world of the political spectrum and increasingly political polarization in this day and age. So what would Hayek say? I'm Scott Nelson with the Austrian Economics Center and Hayek Institute in Vienna, Austria, and this week we're going to take a look at what Hayek has to say about liberalism versus socialism and conservatism. So I've mentioned on several occasions my love for Hayek's 1960 book, The Constitution of Liberty. Well, he ends that great work with an essay called Why I Am Not a Conservative. So I figured we'd use that as a springboard to take a look at what Hayek has to say about liberalism as distinct from both socialism and conservatism. So one of the things that Hayek does in that text is he rejects a one-dimensional political spectrum. I mean,
we're reading this work. He's just going to reiterate it. I'd rather have somebody give their opinion, like give their thoughts on what is being said.
We're basically making the case that you can't get anywhere unless you can measure, and money is the measure, and it's a measure. And so the proposition that central planning will work is the proposition that you can substitute one expert mind for 1 million distributed expert minds. And that's just not the case. It's obviously not the case because each person is going to have knowledge that pertains to their locality that isn't accessible, and that's another element of specialization, that isn't accessible to everyone. And so it's much better to let everyone make the decisions and sum them. And so we have this free market society isn't a mechanism to allow property holders to exploit others, let's say. It's a mechanism that the entire human race uses to calculate the comparative value of everything.
Right.
And it makes thought possible. And Mies does point that out when he talks about arithmetic, is that it enables us to do arithmetic.
That explanation reminds me of the problem in economics. Well, if you're going to have a state-controlled economy, it's difficult because one factory might need so many parts or widgets to make their meta widgets. But they're not going to know ahead of time how many they need. And if you have state-controlled, they're just going to get a bunch of extra ones because, and then say that it's just what they need. Even though in a private enterprise, you'd have an employee there ordering parts and they know not to order too many because they're trying to be efficient and save money. I forget what this is called though. It's like a known problem in economics. Although Soviet Union, they did industrialize from being peasants to an industrial society through communism. This was without computers even. I mean, I'm no communist, but didn't seem to be that big of a problem to me. Hayek was indeed a conservative, really. He's got a whole chapter that disagrees.
By Chicago. This year marks the 60th anniversary of the publication by Chicago University Press of F.A. Hayek's Constitution of Liberty. It remains a classic defense of personal liberty as that which makes civilization and progress possible. Hayek says that the legitimate role of government is to protect that freedom by laws that apply to all, including itself. At the end of that book is an essay entitled Appendix, Why I Am Not a Conservative, in which he asserts that he seeks liberty rather than the preservation of any current state of society. If society is not liberal, he supports changing it to make it so, rather than opposing changes, which is what he takes conservatism to stand for. He uses liberal in the way that people outside of America do, to mean supportive of freedom. Hayek was writing in the late 1950s, when some of the limitations on liberty that had been necessary to win the Second World War had not been fully removed, and when parties in the United Kingdom had accepted the post-war consensus of a mixed, largely centrally directed economy, Hayek did not want to conserve such societies, but to transform them into more liberal ones. In 1987, the Adam Smith Institute published the book Hayek on the Fabric of Human Society, a tribute work containing essays on Hayek by many distinguished scholars. My own essay at the end of the book was somewhat bravely entitled Appendix, Why F.A. Hayek is a Conservative. I put the case that there is a small c conservatism that denotes an aversion to change and the desire to hold on to familiar things and ways for the comfort and security they bring. There is also a large c conservatism that denotes a political tradition rather than a character trait. That political tradition does not oppose all change, but is against attempts to impose deliberate change to remake society into a preconceived order. Instead, it wants such change as takes place to be spontaneous and organic.
That just sounds like anti-socialist.
The product of people interacting and perhaps reacting to changing circumstances. It opposes utopian attempts to make society correspond with one dreamed up in theory, as opposed to one that develops naturally in practice. What the political tradition of conservatism seeks to conserve is not any given state of society, but rather the process by which society changes. It seeks to conserve a process, not an outcome. Crucially, I pointed out that conservatives seek not only to preserve that spontaneity, but to restore it if it has been lost. This brings Margaret Thatcher into their ranks. She managed to restore a degree of spontaneity that had been lost by decades of state control and direction. She was once confronted by an interviewer with Hayek's claim that he was not a conservative. And she replied, she thought he'd approve of what she was doing. He did indeed, and had dinner with her twice a year when he came for meetings of the British Academy. He approved of the fact that she had restored a large measure of spontaneity, and in doing so had extended opportunities for people to exercise freedom and creativity that were previously denied. In the properly understood meaning of the political tradition, F.A. Hayek was indeed a conservative.
He's arguing a conservative. Or I guess as he would say, a capital C conservative wants to control the process of change. So the process of change is unchanging. Whatever allows change doesn't change. I think Hayek's hearkening to something deeper. I mean, I guess it just depends on what your definition is, right? But like, why would we use these different definitions? Who is this guy?
This year marks the 60th
Oh,
anniversary.
he doesn't say who he is. Videos from 5 years ago. Because in Hayek's definition, creativity, what they mean by that is creative destruction. So you could have smaller firms just totally destroy large firms, like through some, let's say, disruptive startup. That's an essential part of a prosperous nation. But Thatcher's saying that she would allow that. When she's saying like she allows creativity, that's what she means. Okay, I got a little more.
Well, Mr. Hayek, you wrote a very famous essay on the intellectuals and socialism, in which you attempted, I think quite successfully, to show why socialism is so nubile for the intellectuals. What is that thesis of yours, and do you?
What accent is this guy using? Well, never heard an accent like this.
Still defend it?
Certainly, yes. Well, it's a very interesting story intellectually. One of the dominant ideas which governs thinking since the 18th century is the idea that we can make everything to our pleasure, that we can design social institutions in their working. Now, that is basically mistaken. Social institutions have never been designed and do much more than we know. They have grown up by a process of selection of the successful without people frequently know why it was successful. That applies to the market. The market is I was going to say most ingenious, but ingenious without having been designed, instrument which enables us to utilize knowledge which is distributed among hundreds of thousands of people. It's an adaptation to thousands of circumstances which nobody ever can know as a whole, and where the prices formed on the market tell the individual what to do and what not to do in the social interest. Now, in order to understand this, you have to know economics. To the naive person who imagines all the distribution of income is determined by somebody deliberately and actively, it seems that if this is the responsibility of a particular guide, this is evidently done very unjustly. The fact is, it's not being done unjustly because we achieve all that we do achieve by having come to agree to play a sort of game in which the game of the market, as I likely to call it, in which, because we are utilizing more information, more facts than anybody knows, the outcome for a particular individual is necessarily unpredictable. Now, an outcome which is unpredictable and undesigned by anybody cannot be just as little as the outcome of a game.
Oh, you're saying like intellectuals are kind of hell-bent on like but being able to predict outcomes?
Of chance can be a just game. But people resent
Yet still relying on the outcomes being positive.
this. And the people who imagine, oh, it should be possible to design all this, to arrange this, accept the government to do this in a manner that the distribution is just. Now that is literally impossible because it would require that all this widely dispersed information about particular facts and particular circumstances and particular gifts can be used and controlled by a central authority.
So, intellectuals tend towards socialism because they want to be able to design and account for all factors. And they don't like the idea of something undesigned. Just continually have positive outcomes. They're scared. Okay, I'm gonna get a little bit more food. I'll be able to listen.
Friedrich August von Hayek was a political economist who had a tremendous influence.
And I'll leave you with, and now I present English subtitles.
Influence upon how people in capitalist societies understand the concept of liberty. Controversially, for Hayek, liberty did not mean democracy or a commitment to a set of liberal ideals. Rather, Hayek believed that liberty was a policy which deliberately adopts competition, markets, and prices as its ordering principles. To Hayek's way of thinking, it was markets that guaranteed individual liberty, and by contrast, it was the interference of the state in markets which disrupted the operation of liberty and started society down, as he famously put it, the road to serfdom. Hayek was born into a minor part of the Austro-Hungarian aristocracy. His father, who came from a line of scholars, was a medical doctor and a part-time lecturer in botany. Hayek's childhood was filled with considerations of philosophy and economics. After a brief stint in the Austro-Hungarian army during the First World War, Hayek took up studies at the University of Vienna, obtaining doctorates in law and political science, and afterwards he became an academic economist. Hayek's career can be divided into two periods. The first, which ended towards the end of the 1940s, was spent mainly at the London School of Economics, where Hayek concerned himself with many of the macroeconomic debates of the day. The second half of Hayek's career was much more varied. From 1945 onwards, in first Chicago and later Freiburg, Los Angeles and Salzburg, Hayek wrote and lectured on a whole range of subjects. Economics, yes, but also politics, psychology, philosophy, and the philosophy of science. And while he officially retired in 1968, it was actually in the 1970s and 80s that Hayek enjoyed his greatest moments of influence, being awarded the Nobel Prize in Economic Sciences in 1974 and subsequently being enormously influential upon the governments of Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher. During Hayek's stay at the London School of Economics, which he joined in 1931, he wrestled with a number of the then contemporary debates within economic theory. Much of this revolved around the business cycle, which, put simply, is the way in which economies grow and contract. Traditional economic theory held that, over time, economies find themselves in equilibrium. In short, gluts and shortages should balance themselves out via market mechanisms, leading to the optimal distribution of resources within an economy. The problem was that the economic peaks and troughs seemed to keep occurring, and they also seemed to be more dramatic than they should be. When the world economy stagnated and then crashed in the late 1920s and the 1930s, fierce debate began as to why this had occurred. Coming at economics from a fairly classical position, Hayek focused on issues of supply. He noticed that when economies were in a recession, central banks often artificially injected more money into the economy by printing cash, or in addition, by holding interest rates low to encourage investment rather than saving. Hayek argued that this was a mistake. When money was too readily available, entrepreneurs invested in products which were not necessarily desired by consumers. When these products went unsold, companies would go bankrupt, leaving industrial capacity invested where it need not be. In addition, cheap credit incentivized long-term capital investment, and Hayek argued that this too was a problem because it limited the possibility of entrepreneurs attempting to realize short-term gains which would actually kickstart the economy. Resisting the temptation to meddle in the money supply was, for Hayek, crucial to solving.
I think low interest rates help entrepreneurs because if you're an investor, you're getting a low return. The way to get money safely is with a low return. So you want people taking risks. You want the entrepreneurs themselves to be able to borrow at a low interest rate, and then you pay them like if interest rates are at 2% a year, and this entrepreneur comes around and promises you their returns will be 8% a year for a few years with their new industry ideas. The investor is more likely to invest if interest rates are at 5%, so then they can borrow at 2% and then give the money and then expect 8% return, so a total of like 6%, factoring in like the opportunity cost. If interest rates are at like 5% and they're promising 8% returns, you'll be like, I could just easily get a 5% return. Why would I lend out to entrepreneurs? So I'm sure he's got he must factor this in. So how would this theory even work?
The problems of the Great Depression. Hayek's colleagues at the London School of Economics were receptive to his more classical approach. But up the road in Cambridge, a very different set of ideas was emerging, centred on the thought of John Maynard Keynes. Keynes argued that the problems of the 1930s economy were located not so much in issues of supply, but rather of demand. For Keynes, the role of government was to invest in public works, the buildings of roads, for example, which would create employment and therefore give people money to spend, stimulating economic growth. For Keynes, full employment was therefore not only a laudable social goal, but vital for the economy too. Keynes's demand-led economics was fundamentally at odds with Hayek's ideas. Hayek felt that Keynes's focus on full employment would require governments to keep increasing money supply. This in turn would create severe inflation of the kind that had wiped out his family's savings when 1920s Austria had suffered a bout of hyperinflation. Throughout the 1930s, when 1910 would create employment would require governments to keep increasing money supply. This in turn would create severe inflation of the kind that had wiped out his family's savings when 1920s Austria had suffered a bout of hyperinflation. Throughout the 1930s, Hayek and Keynes corresponded with each other, argued bitterly, and found very little common ground. During the Second World War, they even met under bizarre circumstances. Because of the German bombing campaign against London, the LSE had been evacuated to Cambridge. One night, Keynes and Hayek were assigned to fire watch duty together on the roof of the chapel of King's College. Sadly, we don't know what it was they talked about throughout that night. The opening of the second half of Hayek's career is marked by his first foray out from dry economic arguments and the publication of what is probably his most famous work, The Road to Serfdom. Hayek saw the writing of this book as a form of war work, forced upon him because, as a former enemy combatant, Hayek was refused official service in the British war effort. Against the backdrop of Keynes's ideas on planning, which had become accepted within British government circles, The Road to Serfdom was an attempt to service in the British war effort, because, as a form, Hayek saw the writing of this book as a form of war work, forced upon him because, as a former enemy combatant, Hayek was refused official service in the British war effort. Against the backdrop of Keynes's ideas on planning, which had become accepted within British government circles, The Road to Serfdom was an attempt to save people from themselves, or more accurately, from central government. Hayek put forward several key arguments. Firstly, that there was nothing intrinsic to Germans as a race of people that had caused them to adopt authoritarian forms of government. Hayek rejected the idea, somewhat popular at the time, that there was something about German culture, or indeed inherent to Germans as a race, which predisposed them to authoritarian and
Gotta love the 40s.
expansionist forms of government. Secondly, Hayek argued that where Germany and the Soviet Union too, for that matter, had gone wrong was in undertaking state planning that interfered in the natural operation of markets. For Hayek, the problem with state planning was that it necessarily involved offering up responsibility for deciding upon a plan to a single individual. In a bureaucratic system such as the state, Hayek argued, someone had to ultimately decide on what course of action should be taken, and that person's judgment would necessarily have to be deferred to, and deferred to repeatedly over a given period of time. In this sense, planning led societies to sleepwalk into dictatorship. Thirdly, not only did Hayek worry about the inherent need for planners to defer to a single individual, but also he was concerned that fundamentally no one individual could actually make rational choices in regards to economic problems, due to them not having enough information to base their decisions upon. To be clear, it was not that Hayek necessarily condemned dictatorship. After all, his vision of liberty was a society in which markets were the principal method of economic organization, not necessarily one where society collectively decided upon governments via the ballot box. To this end, Hayek was comfortable with dictators who adopted free market economic policies involving minimal state intervention in a nation's economy. But dictators who undertook economic planning were, for Hayek, the really great evil. Hayek saw it like this. Markets are extremely complicated networks with millions, if not billions of transactions going on all the time. Even consideration of some of the basics of market transactions shows this. Items are bought and sold, commodities are invested in and divested from, and famines and bumper crop yields affect how much there is to eat and how much it will cost to acquire it, in keeping with the laws of supply and demand. When individuals make choices as to whether or not to buy a commodity, they affect that commodity's price. If it becomes scarce, its price increases. If it becomes plentiful, its price falls. In this sense, the free market acts as a kind of constant referendum on the value of goods within an economy. For Hayek, the market represented a form of collective agreement made amongst all of the people operating in that market as to the value of particular goods and services. And against the collective wisdom of hundreds or thousands or millions of people, what could one single planner hope to offer that represented a superior form of wisdom? Liberty for Hayek, therefore, was to be found in letting the market do its work. The Road to Serfdom launched Hayek's later career. Instantly it became a bestseller. During the Second World War, its print run was limited due to paper shortages, and obtaining a copy was nigh on impossible due to sheer demand. In the United States of America, a condensed Reader's Digest version of the book brought the message to a very large public. So too did a series of lectures delivered by Hayek during 1945 at various venues in the United States. Hayek, cold-shouldered by British policymakers and economists, was delighted at the reception he received in the US, and in 1950 he moved to the University of Chicago, which became the center of neoliberal economic thinking, with which Hayek was closely associated, much as Cambridge had been the locus for Keynesian economics. But despite the popular acclaim of The Road to Serfdom, two negative reactions irked him. First of all, some of his own colleagues, normally sympathetic to the ideas he put forward, saw The Road to Serfdom as a kind of lightweight form of journalism, rather than as a form of scholarship. Keynes, who read The Road to Serfdom, sent Hayek what was, for the most part, a complimentary message about its content. However, towards the end and in quick order, Keynes challenged Hayek as to where he would draw the line on government planning. Some planning was clearly needed. Hayek was not an economic anarchist after all, but Keynes challenged where would the line be drawn. It took Hayek many years to work out his response to Keynes, who died in 1946, but the response eventually came in 1960 in Hayek's book The Constitution of Liberty.
Yeah, you. That's what we're reading. That's what we're reading.
The book laid out Hayek's practical vision for where the line between the state and the market should be drawn, and it was highly influential among the political right. In an anecdote, a story is told that at a meeting with the Conservative Research Department in 1975, Margaret Thatcher responded to a policy paper on political philosophy by reaching into her handbag and withdrawing a copy of the Constitution of Liberty. Holding it aloft, Thatcher declared, "This is what we believe." As the 20th century unfolded, Hayek's ideas gained more common currency. The notion that the state should limit itself to providing a legal framework within which entrepreneurs can engage with free markets is now at the heart of much of economic thinking. Many politicians and large sections of the public, too, are skeptical about the ability of the state to plan and undertake anything but the most simple of economic tasks, and this owes much to Hayek's warnings about the anti-libertarian perils of planning and the inability of planners to truly understand the world around them. Even when the financial crisis of 2008 hit the world economy, leading to a prolonged recession, faith in government planning was not restored in the popular imagination. This was best testified to by The Road to Serfdom hitting the #1 spot on the Amazon book bestseller list in early 2010, despite it having been written over 60 years ago.
It took them like 15 years to determine where the line should be drawn for planning. I wonder what was his advice he'd give to like the military with their spending, because obviously they need a lot of things produced. They need to keep the supply chain in their country. How did he predict things would go wrong since it's planned so much? Hayek clearly has lost over time to Keynes. There's no serious modern economist that follows the Austrian school of economics over the Keynesian model. We know that you can, in Keynes, basically, in very simple terms, when there's an economic downturn, the government should print up a bunch of money and distribute it, and then people start buying things again. But this is the part that's not followed by any country I can think of. Then when your economy is doing really well, that's when you save up money so that you can spend it in order to lessen the shocks of recessions, because there's ability for like the economy to just completely destroy itself. We saw that in the Great Depression. Like if you just have firm after firm going bankrupt, and then other firms, depending on that firm, going bankrupt, you can have a chain effect where you just destroy all of like your organized firms. Now you have all these people that are good at working at firms just sitting at home. There's nothing. And then you have like mass unemployment, so there's nobody out there buying things. When nobody's out there buying things too, then the commodity prices get really low. They keep lowering and lowering their prices until people finally start buying things. So in the Great Depression, we saw that food prices went down by half, which sounds nice, but it was, of course, terrible for farmers, terrible for industry. And that's why economists say they don't like deflation. So although Donald Trump promised to bring prices down, he can't really bring them down. What he needs to do is he should have promised that they wouldn't go up more. But now he's enacting a ton of tariffs. So we'll see. Okay, so back to the book. All right. So the last line of the last paragraph. The powers which modern democracy possess would be even more intolerable in the hands of some small elite. Admittedly, it was only when power came into the hands of the majority that further limitation of the power of government was thought unnecessary. Oh, I read this already, but that was a while ago. I'll reread it. In this sense, democracy and unlimited government are connected, but it is not democracy but unlimited government that is objectionable. And I do not see why the people should not learn to limit the scope of majority rule as well as that of any other form of government. At any rate, the advantages of democracy as a method of peaceful change and of political education seem to be so great compared with those of any other system that I can have no sympathy with the anti-democratic strain of conservatism. It is not who governs, but what government is entitled to do that seems to me the essential problem. Okay, we see it. We saw in the video that he was okay with dictators that had that oversaw free markets, which there have been quite a few that have done that, especially in South America. As the CIA agreed with Hayek as well. That the conservative opposition to too much government control is not a matter of principle, but is concerned with the particular aims of government is clearly shown in the economic sphere. Conservatives usually oppose collectivist and directivist measures in the industrial field, but here the liberal will often find allies in them. But at the same time, conservatives are usually protectionists and have frequently supported socialist measures in agriculture. Indeed, though the restrictions which exist today in industry and commerce are mainly the result of socialist views, the equally important restrictions in agriculture were usually introduced by conservatives at an even earlier date, and in their efforts to discredit free enterprise, many conservative leaders have vied with the socialists. Okay, here we go, examples. So he moved to the US in 1950, wrote this book that was released in 1960. So he had been in the US for quite a while. And also he was in England before that. Oppose collectivist and directivist measures. Support protectionist measures. That sound familiar? Trump with all of his tariffs. Support socialist policies for farmers. I guess. Well, yeah, you can be very concerned about the food supply. I can see as a conservative, if you're really fearful of things going wrong, then yeah, you would want a lot of control exerted for food because it takes a lot of planning to get our food from seeds to the dinner plate, or from little baby cows and little tiny eggs to the dinner plate. I have already referred to the differences between conservatism and liberalism in the purely intellectual field, but I must return to them because the characteristic conservative attitude here not only is a serious weakness of conservatism, but tends to harm any cause which allies itself with it. Conservatives feel instinctively that it is new ideas more than anything else that cause change. But from its point of view rightly, conservatism fears new ideas because it has no distinctive principles on its own to oppose to them. Right, yeah, I mean, like, the story of history is a story of progress, fortunately. I hope that's not a coincidence. And we see change is just so many times been for the better with technological innovation. And true, according to this book, Why Nations Fail, like a true prosperity came as we allowed more freedom for people. It's a really interesting book. It's basically going through situations where rulers had to let people be free because they couldn't control the population. They didn't have enough military control. So, for instance, the English, they tried to enslave Native Americans in the continental U.S., but the Native Americans, they could, because they were nomadic, could keep escaping into the woods. And so then they tried to enslave the settlers, the English settlers that were there, but then they would also escape into the woods to live, some of them even joining Native American tribes. So they had to give them freedom, basically, in order to to get them to do anything. And with that, so they, they got a higher percentage of everything that they produced. They were given fundamental rights. And then that led to the ideas of the founding fathers. And then also the book talks about in England, after the Black Death had occurred, so many people died, that suddenly there was all these noblemen with all this land to work, but now the noblemen had to start competing with each other, had to start competing to get peasants to work the land, so wages went up. And then the English crown tried to basically set like a maximum wage, but they couldn't enforce it. They call that a critical juncture too. If they could have enforced it like they could in Eastern Europe, then we wouldn't have had the progression of England into a super prosperous nation in the Industrial Revolution. But from its point of view rightly, conservatism fears new ideas because it has no distinctive principles of its own to oppose them, and by its distrust of theory and its lack of imagination concerning anything except that which experience has already proved, it deprives itself of the weapons needed in the struggle of ideas. Unlike liberalism, with its fundamental belief in the long-range power of ideas, conservatism is bound by the stock of ideas inherited at a given time. And since it does not really believe in the power of arguments, its last resort is generally a claim to superior wisdom based on some self-arrogated superior quality. There you go. Let's see, part 4. I didn't label the other parts, but I'm labeling this one. We're going to Tarantino this paragraph. We're going to put the last points first. Conservatism does not really believe in the power of arguments. Sounds like Trump. Sounds like people that would be okay with somebody just lying all the time. last resort is a claim to superior wisdom. Liberals believe in the long range power of ideas. Maybe it's because he's ESL. He writes in such a comprehensible manner. He's had to learn the language. Maybe he still thinks in German, so he puts these. He's constantly translating to English in his head, so he's able to just use English that encompasses the idea without being like too flowery or jargonistic. It's a harm self. Okay, conservatives believe that change comes primarily from new ideas. Liberals, whoops. This difference shows itself most clearly in the different attitudes of the two traditions to the advance of knowledge. Though the liberal certainly does not regard all change as progress, he does regard the advance of knowledge as one of the chief aims of human effort and expects from it the gradual solution of such problems and difficulties as we can hope to solve. Without preferring the new merely because it is new, the liberal is aware that it is of the essence of human achievement that it produces something new, and he is prepared to come to terms with the new knowledge, whether he likes its immediate effects or not. Prepared to come to terms with new knowledge. Whether he likes its immediate effects or not. Okay, he's kind of saying liberals seek knowledge for knowledge's sake. Okay, I'm gonna put this in the line above it. Personally, I think, yeah, he should have used it. He's in the US. So many conservatives, like we saw with Margaret Thatcher and the Adam Smith Institute, they're like, oh no, he's a conservative because of their particular like conservatism at the time. Oh, we got a new notification. Oh, achievement unlocked. Like Clockwork 2. Streaming achievement. Okay. Liberals like knowledge for knowledge's sakes. Personally, I find that the most objectionable feature of the conservative attitude is its propensity to reject well-substantiated new knowledge because it dislikes some of the consequences which seem to follow from it, or, to put it bluntly, its obscurantism. I will not deny that scientists, as much as others, are given to fads and fashions, and that we have much reason to be cautious in accepting the conclusions that they draw from their latest theories. But the reasons for our reluctance must themselves be rational, and must be kept separate from our regret that the new theories upset our cherished beliefs. I can have little patience with those who oppose, for instance, the theory of evolution, or what are called mechanistic explanations of the phenomena of life, simply because of certain moral consequences which at first seem to follow from those theories, and still less with those who regard it as irreverent or impious to ask certain questions at all. So I'm sure he's talking about like evolution. To this day in the US there's a lot of Christians that are creationists, and they don't want people looking into evolution, maybe, and other things that disprove creationism, so we can look at evolution through a genetic lens or a fossil record lens. Hayek has no patience for people that want to slow down science. They don't. Do you think? About the implications on their beliefs. Beatrice, no, let's see. When it's a note of mine. Okay, it's saying it's okay to slow down science for pragmatic concerns like theories, missing considerations, and otherwise not being fully fleshed out. By refusing to face the facts, the conservatives only weakens his own position. Frequently, the conclusions which rationalist presumption draws from new scientific insights do not at all follow from them, but only by actively taking part in the elaboration of the consequences of new discoveries do we learn whether or not they fit into our world picture, and if so, how. Should our moral beliefs really prove to be dependent on factual assumptions shown to be incorrect, it would be hardly moral to defend them by refusing to acknowledge facts. Okay, housekeeping. Fixing these notes. Let's see, what percent of Christians in the U.S. are creationists? Roughly 40% of Americans, including Christians. So this isn't even just Christians in the U.S. Okay, Gallup 2019. Roughly 40% of Americans, including Christians, believe in a strict interpretation of creationism, meaning God created humans in their present form within the past 10,000 years. Okay, 68% of weekly church attenders. 56% of Protestants, 34% of Catholics, and 14% of non-religious. 48% with no college degree, 23% with college degree. Majority of Protestants. So in this, like with things like this isn't a recent thing. This like creationist belief. Are we surprised that like conspiracy theories and mistrusts in institutions came from the Conservative Party? 40% of U.S. adults ascribe to a strictly creationist view of human origins, believing that God created them in their present form from within roughly the past 10,000 years. However, more Americans continue to think that humans evolved over millions of years, either with God's guidance, 33%. I will cut some slack to that one. That's much more reasonable. Or increasingly, without God's involvement at all, 22%. Okay, so there's a very slow downward trend from 1983 to now of creationism, from 44% in 1983 to 40% in 2019. Yeah, we're putting this in the conservative slideshow. Creationism. 40% of Americans. Yeah. Check my phone. Oh, Discord. That'll be. Jesus, 40% of Americans. I mean, I will say though, I've looked a lot into human evolution because it's extremely interesting to me. From apes to hominids, split off of Neanderthals and Denisovans, from Homo erectus. And when you look a lot into it, this is kind of, it can be a little depressing. It kind of flies in the face of like the idea of a soul. I'm gonna get really into it. Connected with the conservative distrust of the new and the strange is its hostility to internationalism and its proneness to a strident nationalism. Hostile to internationalism. Prone to a strident nationalism. Here is another source of its weakness in the struggle of ideas. It cannot alter the fact that the ideas which are changing our civilization respect no boundaries. But refusal to acquaint oneself with new ideas merely deprives one of the power of effectively countering them when necessary. The growth of ideas is an international process, and only those who fully take part in the discussion will be able to exercise a significant influence. It's no real argument to say that an idea is un-American, un-British, or un-German, nor is it a mistaken or vicious ideal better for nor is a mistaken or vicious ideal better for having been conceived by one of our compatriots. And an idea cannot be un-American, un-British, or un-German. A great deal more might be said about the close connection between conservatism and nationalism, but I shall not dwell on this point because it may be felt that my personal position makes me unable to sympathize with any form of nationalism. I'm guessing he's talking about serving for the Austrian army in World War One and moving as an intellectual to Cambridge and later the University of Chicago. I will merely add that it is this nationalistic bias which frequently provides a bridge from conservatism to collectivism. To think in terms of our industry or resource is only a short step away from demanding that these national assets be directed in the national interest. But in this respect, the continental liberalism, which derives from the French Revolution, is little better than conservatism. I need hardly say that nationalism of this sort is something very different from patriotism, and that an aversion to nationalism is fully compatible with a deep attachment to national traditions. But the fact that I prefer and feel reverence for some of the traditions of my society need not be the cause of hostility to what is strange and different. Interesting. Collectivization. Nationalistic bias builds a bridge from conservatism to collectivism. national assets should be directed in the national interest. Yeah, they do that more. I see what he's saying. So what? I wonder if this applies to modern American, to the MAGA movement. What would they nationalize first? I don't think it'd be healthcare. Maybe there's no threat of this. I can't. I don't think. Trump would really bother to learn enough to decide what should be nationalized first. But I mean, he'll listen to the far right around him. Only at first does it seem paradoxical that the anti-internationalism of the conservative is so frequently associated with imperialism. But the more a person dislikes the strains and thinks his own way superior, the more he tends to regard it in his mission to civilize others, not by the voluntary and unhampered intercourse which the liberal favors, but by bringing them to the blessings of efficient government. Unintuitively, nationalism. Oh, okay. Anti-internationalism can breed imperialism via a mission to civilize others. It is significant that here again we frequently find the conservatives joining hands with the socialists' agenda, with the socialists against the liberals. Not only in England, where the Webbs and their Fabians were outspoken imperialists, or in Germany, where the state socialism and colonial expansionism went together and found the support of the same group of socialists of the chair, but also in the United States, where even at the time of the first Roosevelt, it could be observed, the Jingo and the Social Reformer have gotten together and have formed a political party, which threatened to capture the government and use it for their program of Caesaristic paternalism, a danger which appears now to have been averted only by the other parties having themselves adopted this program in a somewhat milder degree and form. So a Jingo is like somebody that's just like super rah, our country, kind of like a blind patriot. All right. Next slide, part 5, fits well with our slide numbers, with our slide layout. Part 5. There is one respect, however, in which there is justification for saying that the liberal occupies a position midway between the socialist and the conservative. He is as far from the crude rationalism of the socialist, who wants to reconstruct all social institutions according to a pattern prescribed by his individual reason, as from the mysticism to which the conservative so frequently has to resort. What I have described as the liberal position shares with conservatism a distrust of reason to the extent that the liberal is very much aware that we do not know all the answers, and that he is not sure that the answers he has are certainly right, ones, or even that he can find all the answers. Interesting. Socialists believe that they can construct a construct all social institutions with their individual reason. Conservatives frequently resort to mysticism. So, speaking then of liberals still, he also does not disdain to seek assistance from whatever non-rational institutions or habits have proved their worth. Doesn't hesitate to seek advice from non-rational institutions that have proved their worth. I guess he's talking about different churches. Although I can't think of an example of girls going to churches for answers. Churches is like the institution, like a certain Protestant sect or to the Catholic Church. The liberal differs from the conservative in his willingness to face this ignorance and to admit how little we know, without claiming the authority of supernatural sources of knowledge where his reason fails him. It has to be admitted that in some respects the liberal is fundamentally a skeptic. Fundamentally a skeptic. But it seems to require a certain degree of diffidence. I don't know that word. It is a word. Modesty or shyness resulting from a lack of self-confidence. Okay, that's going in that's going in our words of the day. Okay, saving this PowerPoint. But our words of the day are in our immigration. Wait. Where's our words of the day from yesterday? What was our word of the day yesterday? Adjudicated. Shit. Am I missing my file? I know I have like it saved in multiple phases. Oh, here we go. No. No. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna look at different versions of this. History. What's our history? This. Here. Adjudicated. Okay, how many slides is this one? 47. Ah, it's missing our pictures. Fuck. Why is this in a weird spot too? Immigration. Damn it. Okay, so if we open this one, it doesn't have all the slides. It's 39. Okay, it has some of these images. Okay, we can get. I put enough notes. I didn't just blankly post shit. Damn, it's like saved in the wrong spot and all that. Okay, slide master, background styles, format background. Most important thing, we save our eyes. So we can have a long career of staring at screens at night. Oh, okay, well, word of the day today. March 13th. Is diffident? Diffidence. I swear I've never seen that word. Because it looks like I would remember this one. It looks like different and dissident. Oh, can we use those in a mnemonic? Modesty or shyness resulting from a lack of self-confidence. Dividend. You're divided. Well, your confidence. Divided up. A dissident has a lot of self-confidence. A person who opposes official policy, especially that of an authoritarian state. So they're different than a dissident because they lack self-confidence. Okay. We all can remember this forever now, all of us. Save. Put that in my, put the to-do list thing. Fix. Fix immigration spread, no, PowerPoint, presentation. No, we'll just say PowerPoint. It's not really a presentation. Yeah, we'll fin this one. Can I number these? That'd be nice for my notes. Archive. Background. Remind me. This is Google Keep. It's a note, right? So, shouldn't there be like, we have checklists, if I make this. This has checkboxes. Check. That's what we want, checkboxes. Needs. You can't put checkboxes in after you created it? That's weird. Okay, so we're deleting this one. And we'll pin this. I wish it would be bigger. Hey. I kinda like these computer things. When they're executed well. Okay. It has to be admitted that in some respects a liberal is fundamentally a skeptic, but it seems to require a certain degree of diffidence to let others seek their happiness in their own fashion and to adhere consistently to that tolerance which is an essential characteristic of liberalism. Okay. Must lack a bit of self-confidence to be consistently tolerant. Now, we've been talking a lot about how he's talking about, like, the very, like, conservatism and liberal as we see it over time, kind of like the deep mental roots of it. But I wonder then, and I can see this too, this makes sense to me. I would have to think about it a lot, though, to lack diffidence. But how do we see then socialists like playing out in our society? What percent of Americans are socialist? Pew 2022. Socialism. 36% of Americans have a positive impression of socialism. So less people have a positive impression of socialism over 3 years, and also less people have a positive impression of capitalism. They've all moved communist and feudalist. Okay, so views of socialism among Dems have gone down 8 points in 3 years. More people say capitalism gives all people an equal opportunity to be successful than say this about socialism. Age differences in views on socialism, capitalism. Women far less positive than men toward capitalism. Men have a 68% favorable view of capitalism with 48% of women. Interesting. There's no reason why this need there's no reason why this need mean an absence of religious belief on the part of the liberal. Unlike the rationalism of the French Revolution, true liberalism has no quarrel with religion, and I can only deplore the militant and essentially illiberal anti-religionism which animated so much of the 19th century continental liberalism. That is not essential to liberalism is clearly That this is not essential to liberalism is clearly shown by its English ancestors, the old Whigs, who, if anything, were much too closely allied with a particular religious belief. What distinguishes a liberal from the conservative here is that, however profound his own spiritual beliefs, he will never regard himself as entitled to impose them on others, and that for him the spiritual and the temporal are different spheres which ought not to be confused. To me, temporal means time, like a very like you're measuring time. You have discrete time units you're looking at. That's reinforcement learning. Okay, temporal, relating to time, relating to worldly as opposed to spiritual affairs, secular. Let's put our words of the day in Google Keep. Notes. We want a new note. Words of the day. Immigration fucked up. Oh, I didn't paste it as text. Let me cleanse the text in Visual Studio Code. Okay, words of the day. Delete. Diffidence. Temporal. Relating to worldly as opposed to spiritual affairs. Secular. Oh, Kyle Kalinske, he could have had temporal talk. That's alliterative. Yeah, I use temporal relating to time. That's in that. Hear a lot about that in reinforcement learning. Like you'll have a task to be done with an AI system. It will be you have to look at various attempts to do something over like each one having its internal timeline, as you'd imagine. Okay, we're almost to the end of the slide and we're ready for part 6. Part 6, part 6. Part 6. What I have what I have said should suffice to explain why I do not regard myself as a conservative. Many people feel, however, that the position which emerges is hardly what they used to call liberal. I must therefore now face the question of whether this name is today the appropriate name for the Party of Liberty. I have already indicated that, though I have all my life although I have all my life described myself as a liberal, I have done so more recently with increasing misgivings. Not only because in the United States this term constantly gives rise to misunderstanding, but also because I have become more and more aware of the great gulf that exists between my position and the rationalistic continental liberalism, or even the English liberalism of the utilitarians. If liberalism still meant that what it meant to an English historian who in 1827 could speak of the revolution of 1688 as a triumph of those principles which, in the language of the present day, are denominated liberal or constitutional, or if one could still, like Lord Acton, speak of Burke, Macaulay, and Gladstone as the three greatest liberals, or if one could still, with Harold Laski, regard Tocqueville and Lord Acton as the essential liberals of the 19th century, I should indeed be only too proud to describe myself by that name. But, much as I am tempted to call their liberalism true liberalism, I must recognize that the majority of the continental liberals stood for ideas to which these men were strongly opposed, and that they were led more by a desire to impose upon the world a preconceived rational pattern than to provide opportunity for free growth. The same is largely true of what has called itself liberalism in England, at least since the time of Lloyd George. It is thus necessary to recognize that what I have called liberalism has little to do with any political movement that goes under that name today. It is also questionable whether the historical associations which that name carries today are conducive to the success of any movement. Whether in these circumstances one ought to make an effort to rescue the term from what one feels is its misuse is a question on which opinions may well differ. I myself feel more and more that to use it with long explanation causes too much confusion, and that as a label it has become more of a ballast than a source of strength. In the United States, where it has become almost impossible to use liberal in the sense in which I have used it, the term libertarian has been used instead. It may be the answer, but for my part I find it singularly unattractive. For my taste, okay, I think he's missing a comment. For my taste, it carries too much the flavor of a manufactured term and of a substitute. What I should want is a word which describes a party of life, the party that favors free growth and spontaneous evolution. But I have racked my brain unsuccessfully to find a descriptive term which commends itself. We should remember, however, that when the ideals which I have been trying to restate first began to spread through the Western world, the party which represented them had a generally recognized name, and it was the ideals of the English Whig that inspired what later came to be known as the liberal movement in the whole of Europe, and that provided the conceptions that the American colonists carried with them, and which guided them in their struggle for independence and in the establishment of their constitution. Indeed, until the character of this tradition was altered by the accretions due to the French Revolution, which is totalitarian democracy and socialist leanings, Whig was the name by which the Party of Liberty was generally known. Okay, so he is just a libertarian. He's meant libertarian this whole time. Okay, I'm gonna get some of my tea. I suppose he's not talking truly about libertarianism. What he's saying that here I am seeing as like a true part of liberalism. Just libertarians have gotten so wacky. We've seen who's that one guy, Gary?
Should someone have to have a government?
Gary Johnson. He's had the he's been the presidential candidate on the Libertarian ticket before.
Should someone have to have a government-issued license to drive a car?
Hell no.
What's next? Requiring a license to make toast in your own damn toaster?
These guys are just, they're so goofy and like extreme.
The license to drive? You know, I'd like to see some competency exhibited by people before they drive.
Okay. Okay, so he's talking about the Whig Party. The name died in the country of its birth, partly because for a time the principles for which it stood were no longer distinctive of a particular party, and partly because the men who bore the name did not remain true to those principles. The Whig parties of the 19th century in both Britain and the United States finally brought discredit to the name among the radicals. But it is still true that since liberalism took the place of Whiggism only after the French Revolution, and since liberalism took the place of Whiggism only after the movement for liberty had absorbed the crude and militant rationalism of the French Revolution, and since our task must largely be to free the tradition from the over-rationalistic, nationalistic, and socialistic influences which have intruded into it, the Whiggism is historically the correct name for the ideas in which I believe. But more I learn about the evolution of ideas, the more I have become aware that I am simply an unrepentant old Whig, with the stress on the old. To confess oneself an old Whig does not mean, of course, that one wants to go back to where we were at the end of the 17th century. It has been one of the purposes of this book to show that the doctrines then first stated continued to grow and develop until about 70 or 80 years ago, even though they were no longer the chief aim of a distinct party. We have since learned much that should enable us to restate them in a more satisfactory and effective form. But though they require a restatement in the light of our present knowledge, the basic principles are those of the old Whigs. True, the later history of the party that bore the name has made some historians doubt where there was a distinct body of Whig principles, but I can but agree with Lord Acton that, though some of the patriarchs of the doctrine were the most infamous of men, the notion of a higher law above municipal codes with which Whiggism began is a supreme achievement of Englishmen and their bequest to the nation, and, we may add, to the world. It is the doctrine which is at the basis of the common tradition of the Anglo-Saxon countries. It is the doctrine from which continental liberalism took what is valuable in it. It is the doctrine on which the American system of government is based. In its pure form, it is represented in the United States not by radicalism of Jefferson, nor by the conservatism of Hamilton, or even of John Adams, but by ideas of James Madison, the father of the Constitution. I do not know whether to revive the old name that old name is practical politics, that to the mass of people both in Anglo-Saxon world and elsewhere, it is today probably a term without definite association, is perhaps more an advantage than a drawback. To those familiar with the history of ideas, it is probably the only name that quite expresses what the tradition means. That, both for genuine conservative and still more for the many socialists turned conservative, Whiggism is a name for their pet aversion, shows a sound instinct on their part. He means as a name. It has been the name for the only set of ideals that has consistently opposed all arbitrary power. It may well be asked whether the name really matters so much. In a country like the United States, which on the whole has free institutions and where therefore the defense of the existing is often a defense of freedom, it might not make so much difference if the defenders of freedoms call themselves conservatives, although even here the association with conservatives by disposition will often be embarrassing. Even when men approve of the same arrangement, it must be asked whether they approve of them because they exist or because they are desirable in themselves. The common resistance to the collectivist tide should not be allowed to obscure the fact that the belief in integral freedom is based on an essentially forward-looking attitude and not on any nostalgic longing for the past or romantic admiration for what has been. The need for a clear distinction is absolutely imperative. However, whereas it is true in many parts of Europe, the conservatives have already accepted a large part of the collectivist creed, a creed that has governed policy for so long that many of its institutions have come to be accepted as a matter of course and may have become a source of pride to conservative parties who created them. Here the believers in freedom cannot put conflict with a conservative and take an essentially radical position directed against popular prejudices and transpositions and firmly established privileges. Follies and abuses are no better for having long been established principles of policy. Okay. Oh, I wonder what he says about monopolies, since he's so into free markets. Okay. Well, I'm gonna head out. That'll conclude our episode of Streaming with Beatrine. Today we discussed the fundamental roots of conservatism and why are conservatives so okay with Trump just constantly lying. Have a good one, y'all.